Hello. Hi. Hi, Brian. Hi, Pinky. Just bought a quick 1, 2, and 3 today. Nice. I played a bunch of Doom 2 yesterday. Had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun trying to chainsaw a lot of other monsters as well. I'm using Dragon now because I'm thinking in my mind that because I'll be using Cobalt afterwards. So I'm thinking like, Dragon will send Cobalt out to fight. Something like that. Oh my god, I'm loving it. Hi Dub. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Very, very good.
Hey, hello. Cannot understand where the subtitles.
Did I open it? Crap. Okay. I opened it. Enhanced edition is super cool. Comes with a bunch of community mods like Doom does now. Ooh. Wait, but you know what? Drink is good. How's it going? Going good. And the pet? Wow. Doing pretty okay. I again overslept. I think I overslept too much lately, which is kind of bad. They only get more and more powerful throughout the series. Your love for Chainsaw will pay off big time. It's not that I love Chainsaw. You know what? I do. But it's because I literally have 0 ammo to go against all of those monsters just yesterday. It's so funny. I have to wish punish all those damn lost souls and in-game Pinky, not the chat Pinky. Obviously because stuff is happening. I don't know, just I don't know why I didn't hear my alarm for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm confused as well. It's fine. Dragon sends out Cobalt, it ended the world. Oh my god. That's a strong ass Cobalt. Okay, since I'll be going 2D afterwards, I'm gonna remove some of the pause. Alright, I'm gonna pause some of the redeems here. I mean, of course, you guys can still pet the Cobalt. Nothing happens, but it's a thought that counts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go, Noodle! Go, Noodle! When you're thinking of Doom 2 so far over, if you don't mind me asking, absolute banger. Doom 2 is absolute banger with the super shotgun alone is enough to be a huge banger. I am in love. Like, nothing beats a shot of a super shotgun just go blam and then click to reload. And then when you bang, it kills like multiple enemies. Like, oh my god. Something about that's just so satisfying. Super satisfying even. It's insanely fun. Okay, I think I paused most of the redeems. Oh yeah, I forgot about... Where's Ouch? Ouch is gone. Ouch is gone. And I got ice for that model. Oh, thank you! I kind of did it pretty simply. I didn't work on it too much, but you know, I'm glad you like it. Honestly, I kind of like it. I just like the purple and green. Or maybe I just like purple. I wanted to make the eyeball black, but I didn't. Although I kind of messed up the green part, like the dark green part of the eye a little bit, but I'm kind of hiding it, so. There's a reason it's not called the double barrel, because it's better than that, because it's super. Still shoots 2 because 2 super. Hiding how? Like, if I were to look down. Okay, let me see if I can do it. Look down. If I look down, it just closes the eye. You know what? Good. So if I look down on the top part of the eye, the dark part. It's kind of hard to show. Oh, it's a little bit there. It's a little bit there. The eyeball is not entirely green. Like, it's not entirely lime green. There's white part behind, which is that's normal. But I think the most weird thing about is the dark green part on top of the eye. That part looks natural. It does. I just feel like I could make it look slightly better than this, just slightly. Because I sort of just like I think it's just how I feel about it. I kind of half-assed the dark green part, which is kind of sad. But yeah, because there's still some things I need to change about this model. Oh, change? Add, more like. Because the tail bell is not there, I'm upset. I need the tail bell. But other than that, yeah, the model is pretty much okay. Also, the booba is a little bit weird. If I look this way, some other part is controlling the booba. You see that? So, yeah, that I need to change as well. Just some minor changes that need to fix in the future, that is. It took me like a few months to like change, like to fix my kobold and snake. No, my cat has eyes like that natural, but me doesn't question it even after mentioning natural. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm glad. Good to know. Very, very good to know. Alright, I'll be sending out kobold now. I'll be sending out kobold. It's extreme there. Okay. Oh, I'll have to end the stream early as well today. Apparently, I got told that I have family dinner tonight. I didn't even know. I don't even know what's the occasion. Is it because of Haji? We don't celebrate Haji, we're not Malay, but still. I'll take it. You know, family dinner, free food, I'll take it. I'm all for free food. Surprise family dinner? Yeah, kinda. Like, I woke up this morning, look at the phone, and it's like, oh yeah, family dinner? Huh? And I go like, huh? Very audibly, huh? It's just weird, but hey, I'll take it. Huh? I'm not gonna complain when I get free food. Am I right or am I right? Also, Zangief's theme is Pog. Zangief in general is very Pog. Oh, look at that, it's my baby down there. Alright, I'll close this now. Alright. So I have... Oh yeah, I just downloaded... Oh, one more thing. Okay, I just downloaded the Kami mod. So I think I just need to copy this to mod manager. So let me do this real quick. And then we have Pokken Tournament almost like... It's here. Pokken Tournament, it's real. Pokken Tournament real? Okay, Street Fighter 6, mods. I just need to throw this in. And then we have it. The refresh mod list. We have Kami. Look at that. Kami Zora with tail. Also, I just realized Zora originally has no tail. Apparently. Like, why? Also, I got the E Honda to work now, so the Honda Bowser works. We have Pokken Tournament with guest character of Bowser. Alright. It's real. It's real. it's real with Street Fighter 6. Also, I think I played a little bit more Street Fighter once I posted my status level went to platinum. And because I lost too much, I think I dropped back down to gold. I lost too much, and I dropped back down to gold right after. It's like, it's too hard. Like the troll loops is insane. I'm not gonna use the busted. I'm not even gonna use the busted thing. Simultaneous assist button, that thing. SAB, right? I'm not use that. I'm a Kobold of honor. Alright. I take honor very seriously. Hair for tail. That's Zoro, right? Street Fighter 6. I didn't even notice, honestly. Like, I always look at Zoro, it's like, oh yeah, cool tail. I love it. And then fucking it's actually hair, not tail. It's like, okay. I got lied to this whole time. That's not a tail, that's a hair. But the hair for tail, very interesting design. Alright. So I've been messing around with I mean, we all know that I've been messing around with Marissa and Juri. I mess around with Chun-Li a little bit as well, and Chun-Li feels fun. Tian Hong Yuan. Let me show Walking Wake. Walking Wake. And who? Garchomp. Garchomp is here. Walking Wake. Garchomp. Cammy. Cammy is Zoroark. Look at that. Pokken Tournament real? And then we have a guest character. Real? I love this game. No wonder they drop down ranks with an OS around. It's tough. But I don't know if they're using the tech or whatnot. So Chun-Li is charge character. Main move spinning bird kick, right? Kinda. But I realize this stance... Sorry. After the hit of this stance, I can sort of go into... Yeah, I can sort of go into spinning bird kick without charging as much. And I can do this. Chun-Li is fun, man. Meanwhile, if World Tour mode was supposed to get people interested in it early, I don't know. I like Chun-Li because there's Walking Wake. Walking Wake is cool. I didn't get Walking Wake in Scarlet, but I get Walking Wake here. I'm not gonna complain. Very confused on visibility. It's okay. It's worth. I'm okay with this. Also, yeah, Chun-Li walk speed. My god, man. What? Does it not work on Cammy? Oh, I didn't character specific thing? Because usually short works, but it doesn't work on Cammy. Oh. Also, I love this combo. It's so hard to do. Look at the damage. Did you test it with Drive Rush first? I mean, Drive Rush works, but normally it works for all the characters. Well, most characters that I'm training with so far works. Spinning barrel kick? The basic shit? I can even do like... Right? It's hard to do this, I don't know why. There we go. You mixed in another button. LP, LK, LP. Nope, just 2 hits at most. Oh, jab, jab, jab. Jab, jab, jab works? That's sad. That's not a low attack. It's not a check. I mean, it's a check, but it's not a low block check. So a low block check only has like 1. Easier while we do this, no knockdown, and it's just like... And then the loop starts. Free. And then overhead. But yeah, I love this combo. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I thought this works? Guys, I don't know why it doesn't work now. I swear, now the combo! Yeah, that's one thing, right? This is just style point. This is that. This is style, right? This is style combo, and then level 3 I'll probably get to do this. Sorry, not this. That's a cash out. Yeah, that's a cash out. Only advantage of 2 LP is they keep charge 5 LP better otherwise. Oh. Oh, you're right. That works. Wait, I thought that works. Yeah. So this is real, which is kind of hard to do. But yeah, I'm not gonna play Chun-Li today. I just messed around with Chun-Li. We are playing Marissa today, honestly. I want to keep the grind out with Marissa. Alright, let's play Marissa for a little bit. Very cash. This is so jank. Marissa is too tall. Garchomp is too tall. Look at the spike. I love Garchomp. Okay, if I remember to play the punish, right? That's the punish, right? Or this? Something like that. If I remember this, heavy, this, that's something, right? The damage. Oh, I think I can do... Yeah. No, that... Oh, the spikes. There's a weird looking Bowser. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the Bowser actually looks the most normal. Like, if you see Garchomp's shoulder and biceps, look at that. now that is scary looking. But I'm not gonna complain, it's Pokken Tournament. So yeah, we're playing Marissa today. Probably gonna hold off on Jury for a little bit because I love Garchomp, I love Salazar, but we've seen Salazar, now we need to look at Garchomp, right? So moves, kicks, this one is pretty good. Move in, this move. I think this one has armor, but doesn't combo. This one combos. Look at the tail. Is it a thing? Can I do like... Oh. Oh, +7. Okay, it's +7. This one is 8 frames. If I do this... Oh, okay. This one is bad in terms of like long combos. It's a nice combo, right? More splat. Wait, okay. Shit. I mean, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's a good combo of heckin' wall splat. Also, is this a troll loop? Is this a troll loop? The loop? Alright, we're doing this in a real match. Let's go. Let's go. Also, today is Saturday, so there should be a little bit more people playing. Also, yeah, Jury is now gold. Let's go, no neck. Marissa circumventing the OS a bit. It's the worst of overall. It's okay, I love Garchomp. Marissa has a troll loop. Don't think the command grab is fast enough to be included in the loop club. Yeah, true. People can jump off of it. But then again, if a command grab is a troll loop, oh shit. oh shit, you know, oh shit. Oh, we're not looking at Sazzle feet for today. Oh, I gonna miss Jury feet lover. Oh yeah, look at Garchomp, fuck yeah. Just learn the controls. just learn the controls. Alright, here we go. Marisa, oh yeah, my Marissa is silver, I forgot. Take this. Marissa is silver, damn. Chun-Li and E-Honda don't have those. Troll loops? Chun-Li has troll loops, right? Chun-Li can troll into a drive... I mean, yeah, you have to drive rush for a loop. So command grab loop means very sure. You just have a chance to counter it jabs. Oh yeah. That's too early! Chun-Li don't have them? Really? I thought you can always drive rush into grab. That's like real. Spinning bird kick. Rising uppercut. Shoryuken. Oh, what? 玉西时尚女销酷炫。哇，真的很酷炫哦，那个梗哦。Unless you count throwing backwards into the corner, which doesn't really loop. Huh. Dawson is tier 1, the name. I mean, I'm blocking it, but someone's name is Dawson is tier 1. I never see a Dawson player, to be honest. Like, I don't play against a Dawson, if at all. I don't see them. You jab her, the troll fails. Doesn't mean she can't use them well, but she doesn't. Okay, so we can jab check the troll. Zangief? Give me your best shot. Wee. Get out. Hi, Joe. Nice jump. I'm plus. Oh, help! I'm playing Baby Marissa. I don't even remember how to play. Oh, look at the helmet! Oh no, the helmet! The helmet! Oh no! Oh! Don't! Help! Oh! Oh! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Not like this. Neutral jump. Another one. Another one. Got you! Oh! Help. Yeah, get baited. Oh, help! Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh god. Oh, help. Okay. I'm done fucking around. Grabbed. SP fucking D. I got SP fucking D. Oh, nice. I messed up. Oh, what is that range? I'm doing it, man. Get down. Get down. Oh! Wake up the eye. We're clowning. I messed up. Don't jump. Don't jump. Get chipped. The placements are weird, I guess. Don't jump. Oh. I'm plus. Don't do it. Oh, don't do it. Oh, nice, thanks. Punch! Punch! Whoa! What did that whiff? Ow! Frame zero! Hey, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Don't do it! Oh my god. Not the tail. Did they just hurry you jumping backwards? I think they did. Yeah. Good shit, good shit. No! I knew they're gonna jump. What am I doing? Get chipped! Get chipped! Whoa, cool. Oh, cool. Okay, I'll start jumping then. We play footsies. Oh! Don't jump. Don't jump towards me. the carry. Big boy, 426 9,000. Cool name, hell yeah. Welcome in, thanks for the follow. Get to the wall! The eye! Say the wall! It's the snowball. Let's go, snowball. GG, good keep, good keep. I lost for 3 days till I got good. Yeah, it is something like that. It's Street Fighter. It's fighting games in general. Doesn't sound too off, at least. Especially bad for those who landed in the motion protection range. Oh no. Even if it's not the worst, Platinum 1 and 5 are still very different. It's like placing people very high. I think for Jury, I grinded from iron to gold. Platinum. And then I lost. And then went back to gold. Modern Ryu? Oh no. Alright. I'm gonna get Shoryuken to death. Look at the size difference. Why are you jumping like monkey? Stop. Stop. Uh-oh. Don't jump. Don't jump! I missed. Woohoo. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump! What are you doing? The eye. No brain. Don't jump. Don't jump. Another one. Don't jump. Don't jump towards me. Don't. The eye. The eye. Oh, fuck. Yep, I expected that 200%. Bitch didn't even get one single jump. Jump in. Bitch didn't get one single jump in. Of course they're gonna leave. I love playing against modern people. I don't know, some modern can be very scary if used well. Especially when they know how to anti-air. I think... oh, not the same Ryu, right? Is there a mana on jumping or is it just their weakness? Jumping is very strong, if done well. Oh, it's the same... it's the same Ryu. Let's go, don't jump. The eye. Stop. Don't jump. Cool. Oh, that's not what I want. Don't jump. I press one. Don't jump. Okay. You still doing it? I let you live by not doing DI. I'm just gonna... yeah. I'm surprised. No punish, let's go. Don't. Ah! Don't jump. You jumped again. I messed up. That's a big step. That's a big step. Gladius. The eye. The eye. You know what? Silver rank is great. What can I say? Ryu, calm down. It's good options, gives neutral and lead to huge damage, but it's very bad to just spam it. If you are being very predictable with your jump, you will get caught and you will get punished. Yeah, jumping is great early. Ryu, as in when people stun you, they open their combo and with a free jump because it's just the best combo starter, kind of good. Also crosses up. Also it skips throws and such. It has a place, just not as often as walking and jabs. Sometimes a solid footsie can get you far.
Here comes a new challenger.
Alright, casual Ken. Time to learn. Casual Ken. Hey! Fuck! Yeah, there. Once you get anti-air a lot, just stop. Like that Ryu did. I mean, I guess the Ryu learned a little bit towards the end. You notice that he's not jumping as much, but he did spam Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku. Yeah, if they don't punish you for it, keep doing it. Just become monkey. Now, just become monkey. Like if people don't anti-air you, become monkey, they're gonna die. Because jump is so strong raw. If it's not getting punished for it. The reward is too good. The risk is so low because they're not going to get anti-aired. So yeah, there. Tends to get me labeled as spammer when he does that. They don't punish you for jumping, and then they say that you're a spammer for jumping. Jump spamming? That's the first thing I heard. Let's go, Garchomp! This is true size difference. Don't Kondo Spire. Oh! No, I pressed the button a little bit too late. Okay, this is bronze for sure. This is bronze for sure. Wake up grab, okay. Fair enough. So we can play that game. You want to Kondo Spire? Perfect space to Kondo Spire. I know you're plus, but I'm doing it anyway. Why are you jumping? Whoa, that's fast. Damn. Oh! Okay. Why am I so bad? Go! Why? It's just spamming. Okay, you know what? I am not gonna do Gachu anymore. I'll wait for you to do DI, you little shit. Come here. My man, why are you so good at countering my buttons? Why are you so good? Oh no, why are you so good? Help me. No, I'm so bad. I'm bad at the game. I'm a fraud. Chwop! Chwop! Help. Not anymore, bitch. Stop. Oh no, I messed up. That's so fast. Why are you yumping? Why are you yumping, huh? Why are you yumping? You want a DI? Oh, good call, I'm dead. Level 3? Oh, level 3 could kill there, buddy. You're plus? Yeah. You remind me of the Marissa encounter on my first day. Look, I only know how to play Jury now. I don't know what's good fun for Marissa. I'm a fake silver. Damn. Whoa. Damn, this guy's real? Lily real footsies? I cannot keep doing this! I cannot keep messing up the combo! Guys, I'm just getting DI to death, help. Stop. Oh wait, that was not plus for him. Really? That's your strat? Okay, I see. I should just anti-air like the... Bitch, I don't know how to anti-air! I suck, guys, I'm so bad. You wanna condo spire? You wanna condo spire? I feel no. You wanna condo spire? Stop that shit. I jumped. I don't know why I jumped. Oh, nice. This guy does confirm? Insane. Stop. 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 Help! Oh. It's not gonna work all the time. There we go, patience. Wait for the DI and jump in. Stop. 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 Stop jumping. No. 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 Do not press buttons. I know how you play. Kinda. Help. Two. One is yours. Good call. Damn. Me first? Oh! I jumped. I jumped. Don't DI. I'm waiting for it. Don't DI. I'm waiting for it. Don't DI. You know you want it. No! I lost patience! Good shit, good shit. Oh, okay, that's your answer. Let me try again. Huh. Huh. Oh! No. Stop. Help. Get out, little kid! Wham! Give me a chin. Give me a chin. Alright. Patience wins mountains. You know what? True. You know, for a bronze player plays like this, insane. Bronze player knows footsies. I don't have faith in my defense. I need to get better at attacking throws. Same. The only thing me really knows is the blocking, then throwing OS. Seems like a read otherwise, so might important. Yeah. I found... Oh yeah, by the way, I found a nice pillow to put on my butt so that it doesn't hurt as much anymore. It's like, yeah! And maybe I can hold off on buying a new chair anyway. Also, sorry if I'm being a little loud just now. I'm just like... Fighting games gets me hyped, alright? I don't even know what I'm doing. Kimbali. Punch. Eek. Eek. Oh! I messed up. Really? Oh! I held it to the most. Let's go! Thanks for not skipping mine, I appreciate it. I'll skip mine though. What? Peek! Gladius! Gladius! The eye! Gladius! Grab! Poor defense! Where are you going? Oh! Help. Where? Hey, if it works, it works. I'll take it. Yeah, helmet on the neck. Oh, that's nice, good. Oh no, my NTS sucks. I forgot. I'm not jury. I'm not jury. My NTS sucks. What the hell? What the hell just happened? I mean, I'll take it. I don't know what's happened. Nice. I'll grab you. Come here. That's not it. Whoa, what a grab. Nice rollback. That's me. No, I'm dead! Jab, 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 jab. I'm gonna love the jab, 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 jab. Nice. I'm jump again. I'll jump again. I'm wild. I'm wildin'. Good crap. Oh, nice. I tried to throw tag that. Oh yeah, that's plus for him. Uh-oh. Oh, you messed up. You burned yourself out.
Marisa wins.
Let me check what the AA buttons were. Marissa's only anti-air is down heavy punch, I think, and it sucks. Is your only anti-air down? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Marissa suffers against people who just monkey. 2 HP is regular AA. Charge Glaze can be 1. Dimacharus. Oh, the Kosuko Bank, I think. Scootum is an AA, but very jank. Scootum? That's Kosuko forward kick. Nah, that's not anti-air. It's an engagement tool. It's not that bad of an AA. Yeah, the Kosuko back punch, right? It likes to miss easily because I'm jumping way in. Scootum jumps too in, you know. And when both party jumps in, and when both party goes in, it tends to whiff. And since I'm in a much bigger recovery frame, I'm at a disadvantage if I were to use Scootum as anti-air.
Here comes a new challenger.
King? Fighting King? Alright. King? Scootum.
Give me your best shot.
Give me your best shot. Huh? What did you... No, I'm not blocking. I'm bad. Again? Good bait. Alright, you wanna do Jinrai again? That's punishable, man.
Round 2. Fight.
Don't Jinrai. I know how to counter your Jinrai. Oh! I cannot cancel that one. good call, good call. You know, DP again? Yeah. Nice. Oh! I didn't cancel in time. You burn yourself out, man. Don't jump. Keep it simple. Yeah.
Marisa wins.
I'm silver 2. I'm blocking it entirely, but I'm silver 2.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice check. That was the most funny interaction I've seen in my entire life. We're both, I'm armor, and then the guy's parrying. Anti-air me. I'm jumping. I'm monkey. I'm monkey. I'll skip mine. Too far? Oh, oh. There, good punish. Whoa, okay. It's not really that meaty, huh? Oh! Let's go, armor.
Marisa wins.
They had a good pressure going until they tried to return you to standing +3, standing in corner with the dashing Tatsumaki Seppukiaku. I mean, yeah, it's like at first they were doing okay until they sort of just go apeshit. And I just punish everything. You know this, right? They were okay at first. Whoa. They were okay at first. Like I'm getting destroyed early game, and then they were like, oh yeah, let's just play. I'm Ken. Whoa, that's a cool gif. Oh my god, I love that color. Damn, look at the color. Is it custom color? Nice. Huh. Oh good. I was charging my buttons. I thought I have armor on that. Okay, this guy knows how to play. Overhead! Okay, this guy's a good Zangief. Let's play slow, let's play it. What? No, that makes me look like a dickhead! That made me look like a dickhead! I didn't do it, I have vault as proof! I want to play against that gif, fuck! That gif was so good! I got destroyed, man! No, game, come on! Not now, Malaysian internet, you're stupid! I was having fun! I want to play against that Rasta Boy, right? That name. That guy's name was Rasta Boy, I remember. But how can I know if it's Rasta Boy? No, no, it's the can again. No. Where's the key? Hey, I know you. How are you doing? Eat the can. Look. I will punish. Jab, 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 jab. You better stop doing it. Stop doing it. Oh! Good grab. I press button. I'm sorry, man. I have to do it. I press button. Oh, you're like grabbing after that? Hey, corner's yours. And now DI. Oh, too early. Oh, they didn't tag. Fair enough. Let's go, armor. Don't do it. Okay, fine. You didn't do it. TP. Nice. Don't do it. Oh, come on, man. That doesn't work. Don't do it. Good DP. I'm gonna wake up armor. I'm gonna wake up armor. I'm gonna wake up armor, says me. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, did it too late. I grabbed. You have a Jinrai? You have a Jinrai? You have a DP? Corner's yours. Let's go! Jab strings. Jab, jab, jab.
Round 2. Fight.
Don't do it! I tried. Nice. Don't jump. That was minus. Why? Don't do it! Don't do it! Oh, good call! Actually good, actually good. Oh, cashing out? Level 3? Armor! Armor! I deserve. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, free.
Marisa wins.
They whiffed the grab. That's unfortunate. It's supposed to be their round, to be honest. He dropped the combo. Yeah, that was supposed to be their round, to be honest. I messed up so many times. I mean, I didn't mess up. I threw. I know they're gonna do the running DP, and I just like, oh, armor. Armor, it's gonna work. Armor. And I died for it. Rising uppercut. Armor. Sure you can. Armor only helps so much. Armor helps with meaty setups. It doesn't work with multiple hits.
Here comes a new challenger.
Chonlei? I like Chonlei. I want to play Chonlei a little bit. I don't know. Nah, I want to play Garchomp. I get to fight Walking Wake? Oh my god. Oh, please, game, don't do it. Oh, thank god. Walking Wake!
Round 1. Fight.
I didn't end here. Why you monkey? Why you monkey? Why you monkey? Oh. Oh. No. I messed up. Don't do it! I'll DI. Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it!
Round 2. Fight.
Don't do it! You like that setup, don't you? Oh, we're playing footsies now? Let's go. Oh, good call. Wake up the eye, let's go. Backdashing. Don't do it! Oh, that recovers way faster, that though. Don't do it! I see a pattern. Do you see a pattern? What is Marissa's meaty? When armor get hit by meaty? I thought armor is frame. I thought Marissa's armor is frame 1. Gotcha, gotcha. Damn, I'm forcing them to play footsies. Because they were monkey at first. Ow. HP. Grab. Stop. I did it too late. Oh boy, time to go apeshit. Five NK. Oh, okay. Three HP is more. Can't most book be melee if you time it? Oh wait, actually you might be right. You're onto something there, Joe. I stop. Why you monkey? Let's go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you going against the wall? Grab. Short, light. Kikoken. Oh my god, Marissa, your anti-air sucks. I can't. That's oh, wait, that's punishable by jab? No punish, let's go. Don't do it! Don't do it! Oh yeah, it's a hard knockdown. Ooh. Oh, I'm dead. I'm just getting grabbed to death. I need to recognize when they're gonna throw. Oh, I tried to anti-air that. I don't know why. Don't jump. That's an option. Don't do it. The eye. Oh, nice jump. Hey, corner's yours. Ooh, that doesn't work that way. Nice punish. Right? Damn. I threw. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Chun-Li wins.
Oh, it's a charge 3 HP. Okay. Easy way to get critical arm and wake up now. Yeah. If it's being charged, easy to react to. True. Mind games. Yeah. Hazanchu. Hazanchu is safe, right? Whoa! Okay, fine. Nice. I'm grabbing. I'm grabbing again. I'm grabbing. I'm grabbing again. Legs. Oh, I'm stupid. Armor. 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 Dash and DI. Oh, you're not gonna do Kikoken anymore? Marissa, please. I ducked. Nice. Hazanchu. Hazanchu. You like teabag him? I mean, I don't mind you teabag, I guess. It's the first time mental attack doesn't work against me? Mind games and conditioning important, but it's certainly not the same level of meaty and reactable as a Ryu, strong nonetheless. And we use the move you can confirm off of. 5 MP, 5 MP? Guil? Oh my god, it's the perfect hair! Guil! Guil. I love you, Guil. Guil. Talk to me, Guil. Damn, this guy means business. Damn, I suck. Oh, I pressed a button.
Round 2. Fight.
Interesting. I mean, I guess. I enjoy playing versus Guil as Give. Stop that shit. Strike! Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's not what I want. Fair enough. Don't do it! Damn, I think that's 10 years. Cool. Nope. 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 That is disgusting. Nope. I am in fact projectile invulnerable. Oh, it's modern? No wonder the Sonic Boom is so goddamn fast. I didn't even notice. Do it again. Oh, hi, Space. Oh my god, hi. How is the space? Happy belated birthday. Oh, wait, what? Is it Space's birthday yesterday? Oh shit, I didn't know. Oh, hi, Lex. The space is good? Good. Good to know, good to know. Neck helmet. It's the best smile ever. Pokken Tournament 2? Real? It's very belated. I remember... Wait, wasn't the birthday... I hung out with... Yeah, like, we were playing Deep Rock Galactic together, right? That was your birthday stream. I remember. Oh, brain. Brain actually works. Also, I saw you play. I saw you play Street Fighter 6 for a little bit. Space. How do you feel? How do you feel how do you feel about the game? Do you like it? Oh, actually, have you played like a fighting game before? Like before Street Fighter 6? I love this game. Hell yeah, good to know. Very good to know. I am also in love with this game. Not only is there Pokemon mods, but also this game is fun. Hi, Savior. Yeah, the who you mean. I believe I saw you play Zangief before. You want to give people hugs? You love fighting games? Oh my god, yes, that's the best thing I've heard of. I heard today. I heckin' love fighting games as well. Rising Uppercut. Been playing them since I was a baby. Ooh, bab, sorry, not baby, bab. Damn, dedication. I don't know if I did play them since I was a baby. But then again, my first big game was Tekken 5. Like my first console game was a PS2 Tekken 5. Before that time, I just have like a PC that we share along siblings, and then we play MapleStory. But yeah, Tekken 5 is like my first big game. I made DJ. Oh my god, Based, you're so good. God, DJ Main? Holy shit.
Here comes a new challenger.
DJ Main is so rare and I love you for it. DJ is so hype. Bringing the Mishimas, taking Manon. Wait, the fuck? Manon is platinum? Alright, let's go. We're playing footsies, baby. been trying all the characters. Yeah, I'm jumping. Ooh! Oh, second is overhead. I forgot about that. So my main might change. Nice. Why is this matchmaking? I don't know, but this is casual. Oh. Yeah, this is casual. Let's go!
Round 2. Fight.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? You have a 9 win streak. I'm not gonna take it like that. I don't want to have fun. I want to have fun, not take your win streak like that. Fight! Maybe Manon just need a little twink. Something. Yeah, it's such an awkward situation. They worked forward. I'll take it. Sorry, man. I want to play against a platinum, but... Where's the action? Something happened, I guess. As a little Babu space... Babu? I always go to my brother's hockey... Sorry, I missed it. The chat box is too small on my other monitor. Hockey games and the hockey ring had an arcade with Soul Calibur. Oh my god! Your first introduction to fighting games? Yo, cool. Soul Calibur? Another 3D game? 3D fighting game? Hell yeah. Sounds like old times, also cool times. Hockey rink and arcade stations was my favorite place to hang out at. Even as a kid, those like arcade stations is like my my reprieve. You know, whenever I get stressed out at anything and then people just keep bullying me, I just go to the arcade station. And just have fun. Those arcade ruled? Hell yeah, man. Dude, like, arcade station is so good. Now there's not a single one for years. Like, for even, like, a decade. There's no arcade station in Miri. And in Cebu. Or even like somewhere close by, like Bintulu, Siputi, all these places doesn't even have like a arcade station. And I was so upset about it. All they have is like karaoke, 10 of them. It's like, God. Hi, cheesecake. Stinky. Cheesecake stinky. How is the cheesecake? I'm just doing my weekly cardio. Weekly cardio. Shoryuken! Rising uppercut. Actually, give me a second. I'll keep this running. I'll still be here. I'm just gonna do a little something. Cheese stinky? We're gonna have a moldy cheesecake. Moldy cheesecake. The amount of hours I put in Soul Calibur character creation is not okay. I mean, that's like the main attraction of Soul Calibur, isn't it? Custom stuff cool, yeah. There's even a like a lizard man. Oh wait, no, lizard man is a character. Sorry. Oh yeah, lizard man got that. There's no lizard man in Soul Calibur 6. Lizard man became a custom character. So like, I have a Xianghua lizard man, and then I have a Mitsurugi lizard man, and then there's like Haomaru lizard man, and then there's like 2B lizard man. Oh, the dongs, right? There's the dong, and then you put it as Vodo, and then you can show the dong, like unhinged dong. Me found a bit of history on why we have less arcades in Germany. Apparently they were treated as gambling devices. 16 plus and 80 plus is a consequence. What? How is that a gambling device? It's a gaming. We gaming. Edgy OCs, dudes with huge dongs. The classic. And also Nightmare. Yeah, Nightmare was mad cool. I always just wonder why we don't and didn't have these. I mean, I don't think it's because of that we don't have arcade stations here. Honestly, I don't know the reason. Or maybe the reason being that the Miri being a place of not too much population. Maybe that's why. Vodo, a huge dick. That shit was mad funny. There's a stance, you know. Vodo stance just presents the dong. Like Vodo stance just presents the dong. I'm not even exaggerating it. Vodo does that. It's so good. Yeah, the Vodo presents the dong. Yeah, gets on all fours belly up. That's the stance. So stupid. I love it. Yeah. As someone who has no experience with that series, I demand a demonstration for science. Oh god, I need to download Soul Calibur 2 then. Oh wait, maybe I can find. I think I still have my Soul Calibur 2 PS2 disc somewhere. I might be able to like extract the ISO out, probably. For science, maybe someday out, or maybe like YouTube search. Maybe it's not technically TOS. It's like a. I mean, if I say toy dong, look, this stream has sexual references. Okay. Vodo very wriggly, very. Soul Calibur didn't die off after the recent one wasn't the most successful. 6 was a successful. 6 was a drop. 6 went down. with the netcode being like shit and the single player content is not that good. Yeah, sadly Soul Calibur 6 dropped. I bought the game. I even bought Haomaru, and I bought Setsuka, and I bought 2B as well. Yes, I love 6 as well. Honestly, I loved it. 6 is great, but the netcode made it unbearable. I can't play the game. Like, you cannot play online unless there's someone that's like neighboring to you, then you can play with them. If not, then you're just gonna play with the most terrible netcode. Like shit's gonna like teleport around, and it's like, yeah. About joining with 6, but yeah, netcode and the player base was very low. The player base is surprisingly quite low. And then if you go into like the early ranks, you're just gonna meet with all Xianghua just spamming. I don't know what's with Chinese Kung Fu and like Chinese Kung Fu and cheese. Because in Tekken, Xiao Yu is like the most obnoxious character to go against. And then there's Kurumi too. And then Soul Calibur, you have Xianghua, it's like, what the fuck? No one plays Astaroth. Astaroth is so hype, but I don't. Oh yeah, Astaroth is in 6. Yeah, Astaroth is like hype character. You see Astaroth, you just go Pog. It's Saturday. Why is no one playing? Spinning bird kick. Here's the new name of this game, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Oh, I never really into Super Mario. Game! Fuck you! I'm gonna restart the game. I'm pissed. I'm mad pissed. I am mad. I'm livid. I'm a mad kobold. Kobold is not happy. Kobold is not a happy camper. Although the new Super Mario RPG, I noticed in the game trailer that I get to play with Bowser. I might get the game. Tasty spaghetti netcode, bit of ragu, mushrooms. That low-key sounds good. Oh, guys, last night I played my nostalgia game on my PC, like, way back when. Insaniquarium Deluxe. My sister bought me this game, it's like, oh shit, I have to play it. This game is insanely fun. Also, it will break your mouse. It's a game where you race fish and to hold off alien invasion. And I shit you not, you have to hold off alien invasion. That's the game. You race the fish, you get money, you buy laser gun, and you shoot the shit out of those aliens that's trying to eat your fish. Yeah, it's so fun. It's so stupid as well. I love it. I was so sad when I checked GG Strife playtime on my Steam. Even 6 is been like 2 weeks. I only played it more than Strife. Yeah, same. Strife is fun. Strife is fun, but Strife doesn't have Pokken Tournament. I don't see Pokken Tournament in Strife. But honestly though, I think Strife too fast for me. A little too fast for me. Although I say this when I play Tekken. Like, I play Tekken when I say Strife is too fast for me. I don't know, man. The review is the modern mode. Oh. Yeah, honestly, having modern controls does cater to those who wants to enjoy the game in a casual way, and I respect that. Play modern controls. Go ham. Have fun. Right? And speaking of modern controls, there's like people out there, especially in Twitter, that I've seen some discussions of like modern controls, people just like, oh, those who play modern controls have like the easy time, just throw Ryuken and anti-air the shit out of everyone, fuck you. It's like, shut the fuck up, man, let people have fun. If you think that's easy, go play modern yourself, Jesus. Like, God. If you think modern is easy, go play it then. Why you go like elite? Why are they going like elitist? You know, elitist. Meetings may steal more skill in Stripe than Stripe and 6 steal. Kai just goes wild. Yeah, that's cool. Aquang Star, let's go Aquang Star. I disrespect that. Baited. The fear. Wow. The fear. They were just holding back.
Emotional damage.
Good grab. Ooh, good call. What the fuck, man? I'm a little mad. 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 I kind of want to punch something. I'm a little mad. I'm sorry. I want to punch something. Oh, hi, Rico Sting. Sorry about that. Like in Strife, I spent half the round trying to input my super. It also just hurts the neck out of my hand. Oh, hurt the heck out of my hands, more importantly. Yeah, like if it causes trouble for you, just use modern controls for easier and have fun times, you know. God, maybe 6 is cursed. Hand pain very bad. Me gave an entire game because of hand pain. Like Tianhe was too hand pain for me. Oh my god. Don't punch monitor doesn't help. True. I'm holding composure. I just have to. It was just hitting me. Huh? What's hitting you? Are you okay? Yeah, I never realized how much execution Tianhe needs. Until I see someone try out Tianhe, it's like, oh shit, I'm doing all those cool stuff. That is actually hard. I always thought Tianhe is like the easy character to play. I was like, oh yeah, I was wrong. Tianhe is like quite hard to play. But like, I like rushing down people. I like pressing buttons. Spinning bird kick. Hi. Alright, I waited for a little bit. Don't disconnect, you little shit.
Here comes a new challenger.
Xbox Series X controller and a Kanban Obsidian arcade stick. Arcade stick? Oh my god, you're so skilled. I'm playing with PS4 controller. No punish 3 times? Dude, man, wake up. I whip my throw 3 times, buddy. That's the funniest shit ever. Armor. Oh, thanks. Don't do it. Oh, they know to punish. Don't do it. I have fun playing Street Fighter 6, best day into my life. Cool, cool. It's a game that's very enjoyable, to be honest. I love it. Oh, I cannot cancel that one. Right? Nice jump. Oh! I need to stop doing that. Cash out, level 3. Stand still. Let's go. Oh. That's not a punish, I didn't block. Fort defense. Drive rush. Stand still. Stop. Me remembers all the frame trap E Honda gets from Drive Rush. Yeah, Drive Rush is very scary. Lyric, I meet go sleep, have Tom have a fun time punching a geek. Have good sleep, legs. Appreciate you hanging around always. Oh, time. What's time? I may have to end at about... Okay, it's only 2, thank god. I can play a lot more. I may have to end the stream at about 5 because... I believe my sister booked time at 7 p.m. for the booking, so... All good, all good. 5 or 6, I guess. 6 might be a little scary. Like 5, yeah, 5. Rule! We got rule! Rule! 7 travel plus 10. What? Wait, what?
Give me your best shot!
Give me your best shot! Why you jumping? Wow, okay, cool. Nice meaty. What the fuck? This guy's amazing. Jump. I didn't anti-air. Okay, I don't know how to go against this guy. But let's learn, let's learn. How are you reacting to that? Don't do it! Oh my god. That's not the combo. I checked it. Don't do it. messed up the input. Good shit, good shit. Hi Reginald. Marissa player. I'm a jury feet jury feet lover. Nah, actually I play Marissa as well. Raw overhead. Oh, nice punish. Punish yours. Nice. Ooh, the back dash into right fireball? If you want some Marissa tip, let me know. Yeah. Tell me something, tell me something. What do I do? This guy's turtle is too good. Whoa, that hits from that far? Nice check. All right. Yeah, he was swinging for it. Nice check, I jabbed. Let's go. 1-2 punch.
Marisa wins.
Don't jump. Don't jump against this person. Anti-air them. My leg. Don't jump. Not the best punish, but I'll take it. Not the best combo. Too far. Nice check. Don't jump. Oh, I'm dumb. Damn, I was too late. I hate it here. Check, 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 check. Need the check. Oh, I didn't do it. Nice. Hey! Oh. This is bad. Oh, your jab is slow, Marissa! Good shit. Marissa's jab too slow to do it 3 times. Too bad, too bad. It's okay. That was good, that was good. I learned something. I did jump as much against this Ryu because they checked me so well. If you do 4 HP as a punish, you can do 2 or 4 HP into 4 HP. Oh yeah, I've been doing that. I just forgot to. I just forgot. I always try to do charge 4 HP into 4 HP into close circle back HP combo. I tried to do it so many times, so I just didn't do it because I'm panicking too much. Yeah. Instead, I just do like down medium. I did down medium punch as the punish, and then I just like, okay, down medium punch, I can go into medium punch into something, you know, target combo, the 1-2 punch. Charge, another one, maybe just one more. Okay, I'll stop. Ow. Don't jump. Don't jump. I'll jump. I suck. I'm good. Nice. I'm plus. Check them. They like to wake up troll tech. They stick with simple combos. Long combos take lots and lots of practice. I don't want to practice them. I love doing long combos. Check them. Don't jump. The eye. Fuck. Chibi. Grab. Oh shit. Okay. Cool. No. Block. You know I'm gonna do down low. I'm not even doing like big combo. Sure. Ow, fuck. Let's go. Punch. Let's go. Don't do it. Got it. I'll do it. Ooh, I forgot you can do that. That shouldn't be. I'll jump. Oh, nice. Good call. We block those. That's not it. Nice. You know what? That's good. See, they know how to anti-air now. But do you know how to deal with this? Sorry, man. That's not where you just need trade, does it? I don't know. Oh, that was jank. Plus. I didn't block that. I'm bad. Ooh, nice overhead. Oh. Nice. Oh, good shit. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Big combo. Level 3. Yo, that was so good. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Ow. So light and medium strong. Nice. Tensho Hyaku. Don't DI. Damn, I did light. Then I did light again. Oh, we're playing footsies now, alright. Damn, playing footsies against Chun-Li is so hard when I'm Melissa. Come here. No. I'm busting out the button. Oh, good grab. I'm dead. I will never lose and you're trying to beat me. I didn't even fight you. What are you saying? Those most likely. Let me check what the frames on there. I didn't check frames. Good morning, Zenti. I cannot play footsies against Chun-Li. It's too hard. Good. Good grab. Oh! That's plus for them. Good grab. Oh! No ball. It's a new Pokken game. You're right. You're right. This is Pokken Tournament 2 real? I pressed the wrong button. I tried to DP there. Wake up jam, let's go. Oh. Oh, that was Jing. That was a cross-up? Insane. Oh, I'm dead. Ooh, fast. The kicker is my favorite character. Oh shit. Chun-Li or Juri? Going in! Nice backdash. Oh, I jabbed. Big combo. Just gonna implement some drive rush in there. Get the fear factor a little bit. Kick characters very hype. Yeah, true. Chonlai? Chonlai's cool. I've been playing a little bit of Chonlai as well. Just a little bit. Oh yeah, Reginald play... I think Reginald play a lot of characters, right? Oh, is Reginald... I mean, I don't think I main Marissa. I main Jury now. Reginald main Marissa? Crap. Sorry, that's not Marissa. This is Garchomp. I main Garchomp. Don't. Correct? See, I did it again. Help. What is that? Are you trying to contest me by jumping? I didn't. I was still on the ground. See, I messed up again. Shooting. Shooting. Right. Shooting. Whoa. I messed up. I messed up a combo. I messed up a combo. The turtle. The turtle too good. The turtle is too scary. Wheel steam. I'm walking forward. Kick, 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 kick. Ow. Are you like... Oh, you're classic, okay. Person! Right? Sure, figured. Your team! Bad. Don't do it! Right? Stop. Crescent. Stop. Never jump at a crouching wheel. I learned my lesson. Sorry, man. I just had to do it. Stop. Charge it! Nice overhead. Oh, the pain. これで決める. Struggle with muscle memory. Yeah, I mean, I did go practice mode a lot for combos. Although I don't know if you're talking about combos. I'm still trying to do the big boy combo. Charge back HP, and then back HP. Cancel, also go back HP. 4 HP, and then parry drive rush into back HP into DP DPEX. I survived purely on fundies. Damn, that's so strong. I wish I have strong fundies. Bring the heat. No. Oh, good call, man. I'm feeling it. Oh. Oh, that's pleasurable. I'm feeling it. Baby. Oh, what a grab. Oh, that's jank. What is that? Hi, King Cinder. How do you pronounce the? How do you say the name Tylra? I say that's Tylra. Is it over here? No. Like Tylra. How about that? The color teal. Damn. Ooh, baby. Tylra, yeah, something like that. That's more powerful in the 7th edition. But sure, people struggle with getting certain wins only because the combo doesn't hit as hard. It does happen, right? Oh! I hate it here. My leg. Oh my god, I'm bad. Oh wow, so that's actually purely on reaction. I fucked around and find out. I fucked around and found out, alright? God, I love DJ, but I cannot play DJ, he's a charge character. Bang! Uh-oh. That's a combo? Damn. Where's my grab? I input grab. I input my grab. My grab. God, I love DJ so much. Oh, it's a casual? Okay. That's not it. You gotta charge the input, man. I need at least anti-air ones. Yes! Baby! Oh! What? I can't. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm dead. Too late. Get robbed. Don't jump. Two hits. Cool. I thought that was a cross up. My leg. Yeah, Marissa, your jab is so slow. It's better. Marissa, your jab is too slow. Honda looks super fun. Yeah. Bowser looks super fun. Yeah. Marissa in real right now. Cool. I'm Julia Marissa then. Ow. Grabbing. I lied. I didn't react to DI. I sook. My leg. My leg is unprotected. Armor? Get robbed. That is so stupid. Wow, a charge Gladiator is so strong, huh? Marisa. Nice DP. Wow, what the fuck? Really? If that's a read, that's too much of a read, honestly. That's scary. Okay, that's a reaction. I need to stop doing that. A little too fast. Baby. Marissa, your jab! Okay, I need to learn that shit. Some one way or the other. Baby. I did. Baby. Grab. I stuck. I stuck. Maybe some DI reads, could be a read, could be coincidence. That one single, like the jump in DI, I don't doubt that, but that one normal cancel into DI and then react accordingly, that's a little scary, to be honest. For reaction, that is fast as fuck. Like, that is insanely fast. I'm scared. That shit is amazing. 3-bar Wi-Fi. Luke? Luke, eh? Luke! More than Luke! It's more than Luke. Damn, that's a nice color. How the fuck? Jump. Modern controls. Can you stop that shit? Dun, 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 dun. You know that's unsafe, right? You know that's unsafe, right? I didn't punish it, right? The eye. Damn. Ugh. Ah. Let's go. I suck. What am I doing? Sandblast? Sandblast? Go to sleep. Ugh. Dun, 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 dun. What are you doing? That's not a combo, by the way.
Where are you going?
Yeet! Get robbed. I'll skip mine. Thanks. I mistimed it. What are you doing? Sandblast. Oh. Bang. Grab. No. No. Sorry, man. I just have to do it to you. Yeah. Are you a Pokemon? Yeah, this is Garchomp. Hi, Astro. Pokemon tournament? Real? What are you doing?
Where are you going?
Yeet!
Sweet dreams.
I gotcha.
That's unsafe, man. Notice the irony of putting Garchomp on the fast Pokemon as Mirza? I mean, the punch works. Yep. Dude, I didn't enter it. Mirza's enter is so slow. There we go. Jump. Don't. Too late. What are you doing? That's unsafe. The eye. Doesn't work that way. Oh, that is actually bullying. Actually bully. They woke for one to grab, but I grabbed them instead. That is actually mean. I am so sorry. That is actually very mean of me to do that. Oh, I feel kind of bad for that. Oh shit. What? Faye. Faye Blackwell VT? Nice. Deep Rock? Oh my god. Wait, I recognize this name. You raided before. I remember now. When I was playing Deep Rock as well. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How was Deep Rock? And Tyra Studios. Hi. Hope you're having fun. Oh, I'm having too much fun here. But honestly, there's never too much fun. How are you doing? Welcome in, everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I almost type in raid. I play a bunch of games. I like fighting games, and yeah. I do art occasionally as well. Hope you have fun with Heckin' a Deep Rock a Galactic. I've been wanting to go back to that game. I wonder if the Kobold mod is working currently. Because I heard from Fancinia that the mod will crash the game currently, but I don't know. We had a lot of fun, worked on seasonal missions, and I finally qualified for the second tier of gunner weapons. Good! Oh, gunner? Damn, nice! I play engineer and also driller. I've been having fun with a lot of driller lately. Engineer is just like kind of all-rounded with the platforming. And then driller is like, yeah, drill. And then I use drill to kill things, yeah. Good times, good times. I glad you had fun too, hell yeah. Also, I'm playing Pokken Tournament. Never mind the category, this is Pokken Tournament. This is actually Pokken Tournament. I've been mostly playing Gunner, but I want to try Engineer sometime. Engineer is fun. Since I have bad aim, Engineer really helps a lot. And then Driller with the spray weapon? I use the ice spray currently. Ice spray helps a lot. Which I don't really use the pistol. And also there's this number 4 bomb. Because I have mod and then when I take out the bomb it's like, this shit is dangerous. Bro, is there only one person playing? Jeez. Ice and Drill very good melee? Stop. They're gonna cancel me anyway. Oh my god. There's only one person playing, it seems. There's only one person playing. Okay, I will drink. I will drink. Oh yeah, thanks for raid again. If you want to take care of yourself with the post-stream can stuff, go do it, alright? Take care of yourself. It's very important. Oh, they gave up? They don't want to play 3 bars, maybe. That's why they keep cancelling over and over. The face. Manon. Wow, okay, that was fast. Wow, okay. Normal grab? Metal? Sholing! Online failing hard? Probably? Nice punish. I didn't do it. Don't jump. I'll jump. Marissa, your NT is sook. No.
Where are you going? Strike rings. Stand still.
Oh. the grab war. Say no, corner is yours. No, corner is yours. I don't want the corner. Corner is yours. I don't want it. I hate it here. Oh my god, your hand! Ow, 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 ow. I ducked. Combo? Whoa, that was great!
Manon wins.
They're trying to use medium target combo and reaction, that's not ideal. Yeah, I was wondering why they're not using heavy punch then. Combos. Nice punish. Oh, that unsafe? Let's go punish. We have Wi-Fi here. Oh, weren't you camping? How was the camp? How was the camp? Oh my god, they are going in with the command grab help. I ducked. Gotta check him. Oh, command grab is scary? Yeah. Manon command grab? Yeah. Why yip? Why yip? Sub op yip mo? That's a punish. I'll take it. Oh! I tried to react. Check him. No, I'm dead. Damn, they're going in with the command grabs. Let's go, Keek. Keek. Get that leg, get that ankle. Keek. Good shit, that was a very strong Manon. Did you mean it in the way that internet being there is a surprising positive? It sounds that way, because if I remember correctly, they are camping today? Although time zone works differently, so I have no idea. Very HP delete. the command Manon command grab. If I grab you, fantastic. 37% gone. Fantastic. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Oh, Melissa. Oh my god, Melissa. Merci beaucoup. Let's go, Garchomp, mate. Oh no, which one is the real Garchomp? I don't know. Oh no, I don't know what's going on. Grab. Hey man. Whoa, wait. Medium punch, target combo can combo into also go back it heavy? Wait, what? What just happened? Medium punch, target combo, king, queens. We're just doing it. Yeet. Help. Oh shit. Not the neck. Not my neck. What the fuck? No! Get to the corner! Get robbed. Who needs level 3? This is so jank. What? I was airborne! Nice. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Punch. Yahoo! Punch. No. Whoa! I'm too late. Good shit. Combos? Ah, I checked it a little bit too late. Ooh, cool. I've been checked like crazy. That kills, right? Take all of it! Get the neck! Go to sleep, good night. Yeah, good night, King. Good night, Senna. It's a big combo right there. Finally did it. I got baked in the back of my car so bad I got dehydrated and now I have a headache. God. Drink! Hydration. Dang nice. Thank you, Space. That's what we're talking about. That's what I'm waiting for. I cannot do it. Zangief? The hype beast is here?
Fight with all your heart.
Platinum. Oh, get robbed. Why did they not anti-air me? Wait! I was charging my buttons. Oh, what a grab. Ooh. I didn't punish. Oh! 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 Help! 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 Like dash. Woo! Double lever invisible to airstrike 6 to 16 frames. Mika said that they did too early? Probably. SP fucking D. Let's go. Ow. Oh, ow. It made me jump. Oh, ow. Let's go. Let's go. The Rob. Nice. SP fucking D. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh my god, that is so scary. Zangief so scary, man. Ugh. Oh, that works? Okay, I jumped too much. Oh. Oh my god, the fear has set into my brain. Oh. Whoa, cool. Ah! Let's go get that ass. Good call. That's an easy choice. I should not be doing that. Oh, I mispressed. I didn't mean to do down HP, sorry. Oh, range? SP fucking D? Ah! No! Ah, help! No, not like this. SP fucking D. Cheesecake stinky. Oh my god!
Where are you going? Sweet dreams.
Yeah, I should have expected that, to be honest. I'm dead. I'm jumping again. Get robbed! Get robbed! This is so stupid! Oh, I'll take it any day. I know Greek is grappled, but I want to grab his Chico physics. 8 space, same. Wait, what? I don't know. Oh, I Terra grab. He was buffering so hard for it. I saw the weird movements. Like, okay, he's buffering for the jump. I don't want to jump at all. What? I'm not jumping. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. You know I'm not jumping, you little shit. I'm not gonna get read like a book again. I'm not gonna jump. Oh my god, I love this Geep so much. That's why I say Geep is such a hype beast. Oh. Ooh, anti-jump grab. Ooh. What is that range? Huh.
Round 2. Fight.
Where are you going?
Yeah.
Strike 3.
Oh.
Where are you going?
That's a punish, right?
Strike 3.
Ah. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Ah! I throw this round, I throw this round, I throw this round, I throw this round, I throw. Whoa. SP fucking D! Give me that chin! Give me that chin!
Now you know history.
I was too far, I don't even need to jump. I don't even need to input jump for that one. Too much again. Too much again. Me can do Zangief overall, just need Sacred Select Fun for 3 kick input. Oh. Good call. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Oh. You never expect another one. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I will not. I will never do it again.
Where are you going? Strike
SP fucking D! Oh god, ow, ow, ow. Yeah! Hit the chin!
Now you know history.
Marisa,
Yeah, Gief is hard to play when I know what Gief is capable of. I remember that more than 50 matches I had with Joe makes me learn a lot about Gief, so I can sort of fight against this Gief. Jangan! I hate it. Oh! That move is so scary. I don't want to SP fuck. No SPD for me.
Look at this body of iron.
Look at this body of iron. Yeah. Mio! この鋼の肉体が Ah. Quick dash. Oh! That move, dude. Sorry, I'm gonna win. Sorry, I'm gonna win, man. Sorry. All of it! Convinced yet?
Marisa wins. Round one. Fight.
Whoa, that whiffed. Wham!
Round two. Fight.
Oh! Nope. Yeah, I jumped. I jumped. I'm not even gonna do CA, that's just disrespectful at that point. There's no need for CA for that one. Ow. Ugh. 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 That's a combo. That's a combo.
Round 2. Fight.
Ah. Come here. Woo. Oh, SP fucking D. Ah. Sorry, man.
Marisa.
Oh, it's so fun playing as a Gief. But then playing Gief is so hard, it feels like. Nice. Corner's yours. Come here. Yeet. Punch, punch. Oh, yeah, we did. Anti-jump grab! No one expects it.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah! Ugh. Oh! Oh, I jumped. I jumped. Zangief is slow, hits hard, and has to earn his way in again after most big hits. But he's an absolute beast once he gets anywhere close to you. You know what? All of that is true, yeah. I almost reacted to it. Ow! Jump in. Jump in again. Corner's yours. Oh no! What? Okay, you know what? Fair. That's very good. That's very good. He seems to be a bit terrible at turning hits into combos. Yeah, I feel that one as well. Ladriga too! Get baited. Yeah! Punch, 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 punch. Punch. Ah! Punch. Ah! Oh! Frame 0! Frame 0! No, I'm dead! Pixel! I tried to bait it out. But when I bait, he already did it. Good shit, man. That was a great number 3. No baiting, yeah, no baiting, he says. Help! That's a plus. Hi, Nita. Konnichiwa. Oh, I learned a new phrase yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday I learned a new phrase of Japanese. Help! Whoa, that works. What is it? Doitashimashite, I think? It's like a you're welcome, I think. Help! Ow, ow, ow. SP fucking day. Ow! Ow! I kind of want to learn Japanese a little bit. Just a little bit. To be able to like, basic communications. Ow! Yep, that's right. Oh yeah! Stamp of approval, gun. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He's buffering again. Oh my god, this guy. So scary. Frame 0! Not like this. I love Sangyip so much, oh my god! Oceanity, hi! I play Street Fighter 6. I didn't know you play Street Fighter 6 as well. Would you play? Also, hi! Welcome in. Yoink! I'm playing Pocket Marisa and I main Jury. Sorry, I have Pocket Garchomp and I made Sazzle. I made Sazzle. Oh, nice diarrhea. Hell, SP fucking D. Pocket Geef and Manon. Ooh. Oh my god, SP fucking D, good shit. Kimberly main and 2 command grabs. That's so scary. My characters aren't good by how they are in the game. True. Honestly, that Manon Slay and Geef is just hype in general. Oh, like this one, oh my god. This is so fast, I cannot react to it. Can you not? I'm not gonna jump there. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Going in. Come here! Bonk! Don't jump. Don't grab. Don't jump, don't grab. Yeah, don't jump, I told you. Devil Himmel are going to play some. Ooh, alright. I'm gonna play against this Zangief. Nice, I jumped too much, I'm sorry. Sorry man, that was a... I don't think that's a bait. Ah, frame 0! No, frame 0! All good. I love that shit so much. Backdash. I'm not scared. Ugh. No. I'm plus. Nice. This is so active. Good shit, good shit. Honda is nuts. Honda is nuts. Honda is like playing a mini game. Like the headbutt is definitely strong, but once you know how to deal with it, Honda struggles. Honda is more like a knowledge check character. Feels like. Nice punish. I'll take it. Yeet. Oh my god! I can react to that. It's so fast. That's a that's a jank. Don't jump! Don't jump! Don't jump! Shimmy. Don't attack! Grab! Ugh. Going in, punch. Check. Check. I love Marissa. Marissa snowballs so hard in this game. Nice. Ow. Oh! I'll take it, I mean, right? Ow. Don't DI. Don't. It's a free combo. Don't DI. Oh, oh, that doesn't work that way. Oh my god. Ow, 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 ow. That was an SPD. That was an SPD input. Jump it, jump it. Once you open the nose to try the perfect parry, the game truly starts. Learning the timing on Honda perfect parry. It's really hard. I can't even do it now. I'm not that good at the game, but I try, I try. Oh! Jump. Anti-jump. Anti-jump low. Oh my god, I almost threw my controller. Anti-jump low, no one expects that. Ow. 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 Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm ready for you. I'm ready. Don't do it. Fuck. I wasn't ready for that. Are you going to headbutt at full speed? Did you try to do it slowly? Did you go for sumo dash instead? Is your sumo smash going? Your leg is way longer than mine, and I'm Garchomp, for fuck's sake. Ow! That's not. Ow! Ow! Huh. I mean, I jumped it, I guess. Good call. My legs! My legs! I don't dare to just crouch ducking. I don't dare to just duck against the skeeve. They're gonna rush in, and I'll cry about it. Corner's yours. That's not it. How long is your leg? No, sorry man. No DI for you. I love the match against Zangief so much. It just makes me It just makes me make all the weird noises possible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, cool beans. No. At the anti-air. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. You cannot react every time. Siberian Express. Punch. You wanna get baited? Two beans? Too far? Oh wait, that works? Oh, for medium punch is a good button. Look at that range. I got this. Bong. And then I have another. Oh my god! I was trying to. Oh my god! Sorry. Don't buffer that shit. I'm jumping over you. Okay, basic punish. Hey, damage. Honestly though, Marisa is like, I'm saying this because I played Marisa and Jury, right? And I feel like Marisa is way easier to play than Jury, like way easier. Ow. Oh, SP fucking D, ow! Damage. Huh. Sorry, man.
Round 2. Fight.
What can I do after that? Hey. Neutral jump. Another one. Another one. Okay, I'll stop. Actually, another one. How about one more? Okay, I'll stop. Another one. Maybe just one more. That is so nasty.
Marisa wins.
That is so nasty. Oh, he's gonna hate me so much. Respect people can make the slow, long-limbed portions of how this Marisa work even after multiple training. Gameplay was stiff as could be. Oh. I mean, I just kind of want to make Marisa work. Like, even though I'm not like a small... I don't prefer slow gameplay. I love to get in. When I play Jury, I get in. Help! Jump. Neutral jump. No! SPD! Jumping. Another one. Okay, I'm so sorry. I will apologize. Jumping over you. Whoa. I don't have health. I tried to DI. He seems skilled at it. I guess I'm forcing myself to play it slow as well. Like, when I go in, I try to slow. What the fuck is that range? Ooh, no, SPD! Woohoo! The SPD! I got killed by by kill.
Zongia win.
I don't even know how to speak anymore. Too many SPD on my head. The amount of SPD on my head is insane. Jump. That was SPD. Gladius. 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 I'm sorry.
Where are you going?
Yeah.
Strike dreams! Where are you going? Strike dreams! I have you!
Oh, I tried it though. I'll do it again. This time I do a different thing. Grab. Grab. I'm wildin'. I'm wildin'. Whoa. Oh yeah, that low crush is okay. Okay. I'm terrible. What the fuck? I wanted to punish it. Get the chin. Anti-jump grab. Anti-jump grab. You gotta love the anti-jump grab. Madisa. And you do stuff like this as well. When I get a big punish, I want to make it count. Eek. No. Oh. Oh my god. SPD. Hey man, my brain is all SPD now. Thank you very much. Eek. Neutral jump. How about another one? Maybe just one more. Okay, I'm sorry. I never sorry I jump. Okay. Oh my god, that is the fastest thing ever. How do you even jump that? I'm not jumping. I'm not afraid of you. Eek. Huh. Let's go! They like robbery in action. I impaled the skull. I kinda did. Anti-jump grab. Going in. Armor. I did it! Help. I messed up. Ow. 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 I almost ran into it. Corner's yours. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ow. Ow, I'm just a Garchomp. Down H in air. Oh, the cross up, the body check. The classic body splash. Yo. Eek. Not SPD. Don't. Don't punish. Oh, wow. What is this? Help. God damn it. I was having fun. Well. Welcome to Malaysia, everyone. Hi, Daziros. The game got modded so quickly. I know. And I'm all for it. How are you doing, Daziros? Welcome. Welcome to Malaysia Internet. Malaysia Internet macam boleh ya, kasi saya mau mati sudah. Friend request time with Zangief player. I kind of want to. What's the name again? And by the way, fuck. Wait, where is it again? It's not here, right? History in your profile. Profile. Start. Profile. Oh, Sean Maverick. Hi. King Panda. Hello. Give me a second. CFN? Okay. How was Final Fantasy 16? I saw you play it for a little bit. The game looks hype. Pride X. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? Oh my god. A crazy baby raid? Oh, crazy baby? What's going on? Why is there crazy baby going on? Uh-oh. I typed raid again. I don't know why I'm typing raid. I'm so sorry, my brain is not working currently. I'm now friends with Sean Maverick? Oh my god. Game was fun. Got my first game over by the game. My PC's dying. Dark Scintilla, hi. You wanna play some Kimberly? Sure, hell yeah. Yeah, I was fun. Got my first game over, but the game is opening up to more difficult now, so I'm hyped. Oh yeah.
And welcome.
Gaming difficulty is always nice. By a rank C monster. Rank C? Is rank C high or low? I honestly have no idea. I can make a friend lobby in custom rooms. Oh, that would be nice. There it is. Another hype beast, a Zangief. Yay, we're friends now. P.S. I've been on your stream before. Nice. I can vaguely remember the name. You're the Incineroar, I think, right? If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But that's how well my memory is serving me. How Street Fighter? Did I see you play as a Pokemon just a moment ago? Yeah, I'm playing. This is actually Pokemon tournament. Also, welcome. Look at this neck. No neck. And no neck character. Yeah, so far there's Garchomp, there's Walking Wake, there's Salazzle, Bowser, don't worry about it. Bowser is a guest character in Pokemon Tournament, alright? How do I don't know how this game works. Like this? I'll meet up in custom room, okay. Salazzle is jury, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, where are you from? I'll play Marissa. Oh no, my connection is actually red. I am so sorry. Nah. Why am I in Malaysia? How do I change character? Battle settings. Okay. Do you want to play my jury? Is it okay if I play my jury? I'll play some Salazzle if I remember how to play it. I'm gold. Sure. All right. Let's play some Street Fighter. Look at that Salazzle. Feet. Interesting mod. I know. How do I get in? Oh. There's no confusion. I'm Pride the Lion. Ooh, nice. Lion's always nice. If only Leon is here. Oh, sorry. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone from the raid. My name's Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Lick. Grappling mix up rushdown in hundreds of ping. This is gonna be silly. Let's go, we got this. What's the ping? Only turn of 54? Damn, I can do it. roll back 6 frames. Man, we can make this work. Look, turn of 54 ping is not gonna stop us from having fun, alright? Oh, no fear. Good shit. I'm playing Marissa. Another one. Color's yours. I can work with this. I'm playing Marissa. I'm doing Marissa input. Oh yeah, I have a dive kick. Color's yours. Nice check. Nice combo. Ooh, what a cross up. The same ping with Pinky? Oh yeah. Sounds about right.
Round 2. Fight.
The jump grab. No, closer, go back, punch. I'm playing Marissa. I'm doing Marissa input. Oh, good grab. Wake up DI. Wake up DI. What's the combo? Oh yeah. 5 MP. Medium punch, down medium punch. Ooh, what a confirm. Nice anti-air. Anti-air pula. Oh, what a trade. Good shit. I need to remember how to play Jury. Okay, so medium punch, down medium punch. Like it's not as bad as Tournament FIFA usually is. I know, right? I'm like the connection is like variable. Another one, another one, another one. Okay, that was bad. Eek. Nice. Eek. I'm playing zone and with kicks. Woo! There it is. I got the combo. Yeah, the burnout bully. My cousin's envy. Wait, what? Oh, what a punish. Oh, the cross up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, level 3 is too hard to render, huh, game? It's okay. I think it might be my PC is dying. Solid 60. Oh, my PC is not solid 60. It could be my problem. My PC can barely handle this game. EP. Good parry. I tried grabbing. Oh, I didn't react to it. Help. Good shit. Yeah, my PC cannot really handle this game, to be honest. I have everything to set on the lowest of low possible.
Round one. Fight.
Peak. Oh, what a confirm. Then punish. No! I didn't do it! My level 2 didn't come out. I will cry. Anti-jump grab. Hello, DP. Jab DP. My level 2 didn't come out.
Round two. Fight.
Ooh. Careful. Wall to wall. Ah, level 2. Come on, man. That's not as meaty as I thought. Don't jump. Oh, I forward dashed. Am I dead? Level 3? There it is. You're not actually worth. I think level 3 is a good choice here. When you see a parrying time, don't hit before throwing. Let's just give it the frames of regular block. Yeah, the perfect parry is insane. Oh, there was a cross up. I'm out of here. I don't want. Oh! That's not it. That's not it. No! Cross to go back! Punch! Don't do punch! No punching! I'm Jury, I'm kicking! Oh! Worked out level 1. I don't think that works. That works?! That was a data robbery in action. Oh no! Wake up, jab! That was nasty. I have to go to bed. It's 3:57 a.m. Try to grab. Oh! Gonna because Thor is being an... I don't know. Have good sleep! Jury level 1 disgusting. Help! I press spun. Ow! Oh my god, I cannot do the basic combo now. I forgot to play Jury. I'm bad. Don't jump! Ooh, nice. DP! Wake up, DP! Family shopping. Oh! Good luck shopping! Dive kick. Oh, ow. Ooh, nice. Oh, Connoisseurs, I don't want it. Oh, I didn't cancel it. Good shit. Big combo. Oh. Oh, that's so fast. I got this. Pro loops DI. That's basically unreactable. I'm so sorry. That is actually cheating. And Jury has a troll loop, and I don't think it's fair to use it here. I don't think it's fair to use when it's heckin' 257 ping. I think that's just not fair.
So I missed the raid. Well, have fun with the stream and goodbye, Bajor, oh half Bajor, oh hut Bajor, oh pet.
Alright, Pixar King. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great day. I haven't do a big combo. I'm gonna cry. Ah! Don't jump. That's not very nice. Keek! Punch! Keek! Punch! Bully! The bully! Timer!
Round 2. Fight.
DP. Oh. DP. Oh, nice. Good check, good check. Oh, I pressed forward. Peek. Peek. That's not it. Wake up, DP. I'm dead. Goodbye, world. It's nice knowing you. Oh, man. I can respect that. Wake up, DP, and I'm dead. You know what? I deserve this. Also, how are you doing, Murph? I hope you're doing good. God, I love the music. It's so good. Another one? No. Checking. Checking. Oh. Wake up, DP. Okay, okay, I'm not doing too much. Eek. Oh, I need to look out the sweep. Oh. Oh, almost reached it. Big boy. The biggins. Neutral jump doesn't work. Going away. I don't like the corner. Eek. Oh, what a confirm. Good shit. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was OD. Just gone up doing okay, I guess. Oh. I'm good to know you're doing nice. I mean, even though I overslept today, I'm still a little EP. That's not it. Oh, roll back. Don't worry about it. Oh. I can anti-air that. Is it level 2 or level 1? oh. I don't want. Get me out of here. I don't like the corner. I don't like the corner. Corner scares me. Woo! Going in, Jet. Going in, pick.
Round 2. Fight.
I tried to check it. Nice! What a punish. That was beautiful. Oh. Yeah, I was waiting for it. Let's go! That's the wrong one. I thought I was on the floor. Ah, I'm dead. Ooh, nice. Getting with all the kicks, yeah. Gonna love Jury level 2. That's correct. Oh, no fear! Oh, that's very meaty. Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Judy wins.
Maybe learn drive rush combos. Melee option being a DI. Yeah, DI is a really scary option when you learn about melee. Oh, what a perfect parry! Oh my god! Press up? Okay. That's not it. Ooh, what a jump in. That's not it. DP! 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 I cannot even do chip DP! Why is it so hard? Neutral jump, maybe another one? Just another one? Okay, I'll stop. Oh! I want... Oh! Help. I'm going away. Help. Oh no, I'm going to get it under the wall. Ow. Another one. Peek. Peek. Wake up, DP. I'm dead. Ah. Goodbye, world. It's been nice knowing ya. Ooh, big combo. That was great. And also great for me too. But Kimberly does get the buff. Yeah. Punish counter, but yeah. Right. Punish counter is so satisfying. When you land a hit, it's like, ooh, that impact. I love fighting game, baby. So far, my jury is like broken. I like poking with heavy punch. Has heavy kick. Oh! That's not it. Jump in, I'm monkey. Oh my god, DP. There we go, DP. Okay, that's a very big miss input. Nice try. Oh, neutral jump.
Judy wins.
The way you put ads on. Sorry. Yeah, there's ads on my channel. Quite a lot of them. Oh. Ooh, nice. Ooh, what a Polish counter. I jabbed. Oh, okay. Back dash. Back dash. Back dash. Eek. I'm dead. Nice. Wait. Did I just got crossed up? I think I got crossed up.
Round 2. Fight.
Dive kick. Oh. DP. Never fear. DP. Another one. Nice DP. I'm yumping. Uh oh. Okay, okay. I'll stop become monkey. No. Good call. Ow. Oh, that's punishable. Oh, I can react to it. Good shit. Corner's yours. Nice, good option. Best punish ever. No. I have no help. I cannot clash the eye. Oh! Good shit, that was beautiful.
Kimberly wins.
Still ganja showed a chance. Oh yeah, thank you.
Round 1.
I love fighting game. Sometimes I wish that I'm not in Malaysia. Only sometimes. Maybe? I'm gonna try this. Oh, you never expect us to do it again. I'm wild. I'm wildin'. That's not it. Good grab. Neutral jump. Oh! Was it a grab attempt? Oh, nice! That was great, that was great, that was great. Thank for the shout out.
Round 2.
Good shit, good shit.
Fight.
Huh. Ow. It is punishable. Ow. Wake up DP. Every once in a while. Gonna check it. Best punish ever? Let's go. Good grab. Wake up chest. Alright, I'm sorry I have to do this to you. I'm sorry. Did you import your model? No. This is a mod made by Mika Tail Lover on Twitter. Ow. Wake up, DP. Ah. Ooh, are we desyncing? Oh! I almost pressed it. Ooh! Big combo. I'm gonna do it, but it's so kimchi if I do it. You know, I'm doing it. It's very kimchi, I'm doing it, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's very kimchi. I hate myself for doing it. That was so kimchi. The reward, man. Think of the reward. If it hits. If it hits. That was so kimchi. Eek. Yeah, let's minus. I know what I was thinking. Good grab. Chip, 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 chip. Corner's yours. Ooh, good grab. Eek. Another one. Just another one. Kick. Neutral jump. Oh. Don't do it. Oh, I was waiting for it too. I feel it. I smelt it. Oh, good grab. Good shit, good shit, good shit. I smelled it the same. Is that the smell of DI? Almost, almost. Yeah, burnout is very stressful. We're gonna be careful. I never like to be in burnout. It's so bad. Oh, oh. That's not it. That's not it. DP, DP, man, DP. There we go, DP. Oh, level 1. Is that 1 or 2? Is this 1? I don't know. But super, I ducked. Is this that? Oh, I thought there's gonna be a no fear. Jab, 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 jab. Wake up jabs though. Ikating. I think that's punishable by jabs, but I can't tell to be honest. Ooh, nice, good shit. Don't do it. DP, there was a DP. I can't even do DP input, man. What's up? Okay, I'm dead. Oh, mom gave me a second chance. Hey, how are you doing? Oh, I backdashed. Oh,
Judy wins.
try it that time, yeah. I got lucky. I was just holding back that time because I was so close to pressing a button. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Can we do it? No, I don't want the corner. Nice. I don't want the corner though. Oh, nice DP. And the jump grab. The classic. Oh, that's a really good button. I never really realized that. The medium kick. I need to look out for that button. It's dangerous. Yeah. Good grab. NTA pula. What am I even saying? Over the head. That's a word. I'm jumping. I'm jumping away. Grab. DP. I can respect that. That's not it. Damn, King Kimberly has long legs. The leg long. Dive kick. Yeah, there it is. It's punishable. It's punishable. But it's like it's such a short time to punish it. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. DP. I press one. I think that's meaty. I tried the button. The jump grab. DP. Oh wait, I think I know what to do. Yeah. Nope. Alright. Adaptation. Need to learn. Yep. Hi, Roxas. Nope. You cannot do it too much. Oh, that's why we're getting away. That's cool. Come here. Another one? Oh wait, how did I build one bar so quick? Dragon beard candy? Oh wait, 龙须糖是在有? I mean those in the background looks like 龙须, to be honest. Kinda. I mean probably not, they're more Blanca I guess. Oh, nice. Oh! Don't do it. Don't do it. I blocked the wrong way. Yeah, that's why I feel like. Ooh! You like with biscuit or peanut? Actually, Dragon Beard candy with peanut is pretty good. Biscuit has like more chewy and more like. I have a feeling of I'm eating food with candy with biscuit, but nothing beats a good old peanut. Thanks for the stream. Take care, y'all. Thank you, Senti. Hope you have a great day. Meaty. Don't do it. That's not it. Ooh, ah. Ooh. The grab. I'm blocking too much. Peek. Uh oh. Am I dead? Jumping. Grab. Woo! Good call. That was beautiful. There's chocolate flavor? Huh? But that's like double sweet, no? Isn't it a little bit too much? I mean, I feel like anyway. There might be a little bit too much. Like, I'm just feeling that it might be a little bit too much. Just checking. How's your leg doing? How's your leg doing, huh? How's your leg doing? How's your leg doing? Oh! No, I don't want to corner, Mom. Oh! I think I can jab challenge that one if I block it. It will beat the cross-up option, I believe. Oh, good shit. No fear. Oh, help. Corner's yours. Corner's yours. No, I don't want to corner. Oh, that was very meaty. Oh, good shit. That was beautiful. Oh, the pressure is so scary. Yeah, but Dragon Beard candy with chocolate might be a little bit too sweet, I think. Because Dragon Beard is already like so sweet, and then you have chocolate. Is it white or dark chocolate? That's my question to you. 那是白还是黑 chocolate? Peak. Best combo. Let's go. I hate it here. Oh. Ooh, beautiful. Ah, purple combo. Wake up. No! Nice, beautiful. Alright. A footsies. Foot. Just a slight footsies. Oh, good. Ooh, what a grab. Don't jump. Ow. You jump. Wake up, DP. I think that's a read and a half. Eat that. Oh yeah, I forgot about the lollipop with neck. One day that will work. Oh yeah, it will. That's a very scary pressure tool. Eh. Uh-oh. I don't know corner. I backdashed. Neutral jump. Another one. Ugh. We checking each other out. Nope. So I noticed that the sweep at max range, that is like DI punishable. I think. Yeah, this one. Oh! Oh! Damn, the perfect parry is so sexy. Oh my god. I want to do it. How do you even perfect parry? Don't jump. Nice. Oh! Wake up DP. I press a jab. Oh! Oh, I press button. I press a button. I'm playing mad basic right now, I'm so sorry. Wake up DP. Oh, nice. Wait, was that almost full screen? Ooh, nice grab. DP. Oh, yeah. Neutral jump. Oh. Nice. We're checking each other out. No. Oh, I grabbed. Nice. Good. Level 2? 1? Good super is what I'm trying to say. Good shit. That was nice. Good call. Good call. Oh, level 1. Okay, okay. Good super. Just call it super. I don't know if it's level 1 or level 2. I'm here to kick. Oh, this special. Okay, you know, I should probably punish properly. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Neutral jump. Nice, good choice. So I can disrespect that dash and move. Don't do it. That was my sweep. I think a loss of momentum is so harsh. Oh. Yeah, when I lost the momentum, it's really hard to deal against Kimberly. Kimberly's swinging. That's why I'm here for, baby. I'm here to learn. Oh god. Oh, this is a good right first check. Wake up DP. Nice punish. Oh, punish block. That's actually a punish, yeah. tried grabbing. Don't pull me back. Don't pull me back to the jail. I don't want to be in a corner. Oh yeah, that is really strong. Oh, nice. I think since that one is technically an air move, I can anti-air that. If I can react to that move, which is insane. I'm gonna try, man. I can't even react to a normal jump in. Crap. Ooh, nice. Eek. Right? Oh. Oh wait, I can do the medium version? Oh. Ah, my level 2 didn't come out. Oh, level 3, I don't know. Grab. Grab. Never fear. Grab once more, dash in, block. Never fear, dash in, block. I love this game. Ooh, good check. I need to try and anti-air more, honestly. Oh, I almost pressed it. Big boy, the big combo. Grab. Jump. Don't do it. Yeah, I can jab that one out. I can definitely jab that one out. Ooh. Corner's yours. Kick. Oh, good jump. I'm dead. That was great. That was great. That was great. That DI was kimchi. Very kimchi DI.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Good jump. Woohoo. I want to do it. I want to do it. I love this combo. Nice DP. Oh, I didn't anti-air. Woo! Gonna love Jury's level 2. Oh, the perfect parry is so beautiful. I can emphasize it enough. I wish I could do perfect parry. Then practice. That's not it. DP. Dive kick. Medium version. Oh. Oh, I almost reacted with it. I was ducking. Level 3? Nice, that's the beautiful level 3. Nice combo, nice combo. That was OD, that was OD. I'm just a lizard though. No, wait for a second, nope. I was ducking. My leg almost lifted. I almost lifted my leg for the anti-air. Nice. Corner's yours. Corner. And that round went well. Yeah, that's so good. Oh. DP, good call. That was beautiful. Is this death? Combos! Ooh! Ooh! That was beautiful. That was so good. Oh my god. Damage though. Neutral jump. Neutral jump. All the wake up. Never seen before, huh? Alright, time to go apeshit. I got this. I gotta live. I gotta live. Mom says I'm gonna live. Mom says I have a second chance. Let's go, music gives you power. Sweep. Oh, nice. Oh. Grab. No grab. Oh. I almost pressed it though. Oh, the perfect parries. Why are they so sexy? They're so good. No. Oh. Hey, how you doing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll just take the win. Don't do it. Hi, Fang. Ooh, it's been a while. How are you doing? True, jab true was a little too late. Yeah, the timing is super tight. The triple jab to go against DI has to be like a hard read or some shit. It's rough. But now I know Marisa cannot do it. Marisa's jab is too slow. I tried it multiple times this morning. I tried. I should call on the jump in parry, I guess. Don't do it. Don't jump. Don't do it. I don't take it. I don't take it. I'm a corner red. I'm a wild one. Don't. I'm wild. Oh! No, not like this. Aha. Don't do it. Woo! Nice. Wake up the eye. Dive kick. Oh. Another one. Eh, I don't want the corner. Ooh. Honestly, that makes sense. If that's the case, Granger should be Kimberly. Yeah, that one makes a lot of sense as well. Oh. Don't do it. was a misinput. That was a huge misinput. I'll take it though. Got one full hard charge. 3. Oh! I wasted one full hard charge. Let's go. Help. I'm just a lizard. Big boy? The biggest? Actually... Wait, and... I know this is weird, but... I'm sorry if I'm asking this, if you're hearing this, Oshi, but you go for she/her, right? If I remember correctly, because I read the about me section. Yep. Ah, okay. Good to know, good to know. Even though Pride Month is over here, it's already July here, but Pride Month, baby, I don't care. Every month's Pride Month. Best combo ever, let's go. Whoop. Ooh, that was beautiful. Oh my god, the perfect parries. Yeah, Jury's heavy kick's pretty good. Neutral too.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh! That's a little unfortunate. Oh, it's my level 3! Eh. How you doing? I'm out. I'm not out. Wake up the eye. The DP. Dash in, jump. Look. Eek. Backdash. Kick to check. Block, low, jump in. I'm dead. That's actually unfortunate. And that's unfortunate on my part as well. No bully! Woo! The drops. The drops. Your strings of DR are amazing. Oh, thank you. I love Jury for the big combos. Yeah. Honestly, I play fighting games to do big combos. You see, I'm playing mad lame right here, just like mega lame, just footsies all the way. I don't know what I'm doing. And then I'm just like, I kind of want to make my hit. If I land a hit, I want to make it count. That kind of thing. Don't jump. Ooh, nice check. Don't jump. Ooh. I think that's punishable. Oh, what a check. Oh, gee. Oh, I got baited. Oh, that's clever. Trying to bait my anti-air. Eek. Oh, that is punishable. Good shit. Good check, good check, good check.
Round 2. Fight.
What? Don't worry about it, it happens. combos. Oh, I didn't cancel it. I'm bad. Oh no. There it is. Oh, there's a jump check, okay. I don't want the corner. Please let me out of the corner. I don't like it. No. I'm playing very defensively. Super defensive. Now it's time to go. Or not. My DP didn't come out. I was like, now it's time to go ooga booga, but no. Dive kick. Oh, what a confirm. Oh, there's a cross up. I think that's punishable. Oh, it's a cross up. Am I dead? The eye, very random. Dive kick. Gonna check. I'm gonna check.
Round 2. Fight.
That's not it. Medium version. Wake up DP. Oh! I'll just take it. I need a drive rush back. Drive gauge back. I didn't punish, let's go. My leg. Alright.
Judy wins.
Lord, I'm starting to get or to get. Like 2 more. Alright, for sure, for sure. I enjoy playing with you. It's fun playing with non-strangers. Although, sorry if I play like kind of lame here. Don't do it. I tried. I want to be cool. I want to be cool. I want to be cool. Good grab. Wake up DP and I'm dead. Goodbye world. Damage. Level 1. Ooh, I can respect that. Oh, that doesn't kill. Oh, my leg! Used to playing this game to where I don't understand how to use DJ. I don't know to play charge type kind. I would have played DJ as well, but man, charge character is not my thing. Oh, the wake up situation using parry is such a good idea. But then they can get called out like that. Wake up the eye! Dive kick! Dive kick. Oh. DP. Die. I blocked it. Oh, I pressed the button. Level 3. Oh, Mama gave me a D. No, DP didn't come out. Good grab, good grab.
Kimberly wins.
Yeah, charge type character is not my thing. I've dropped it so hard. I mean, in this kind of situation, dropping combos is pretty understandable, I would say. Being able to do combo is already godlike, I would say. Check. Ah, I forgot to check it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh! I pressed it though, a little bit too late. The grab. Ooh, the grab, alright. Jumping away. DI. I was smashing DI for one. I was smashing DI after that. But then mashing DI doesn't work because there's 3 hits.
Round 2. Fight.
Keek. Oh. Keek. Ooh, nice. Have I ever did like a proper combo? I don't even know. Into level 3, I mean. Don't do it. That doesn't work. Oh, we dancing? We dancing? Die! Kick! What a vibe this music is. You know I deserve this loss. Why did I press MK again?
Kimberly wins.
I deserve this so hard. One more having too much fun? Alright, I'm glad you're having fun as well. My heckin' MK is like tuk tuk, that doesn't kill. It's like, okay. Grab. Grab. Ooh, nice. Grab. Neutral jump. Another one. Maybe just one more? Actually, that's not neutral jump. I mixed myself. Don't do it. And on the corner. DP. That sweep looks like MK. I should recognize that animation. That's an MK. That's a sweep, alright. Oh, mommy! It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. DP! That's a safe DP, but I didn't block. I didn't tech the throw. I didn't tech the throw. Oh, that's why we're doing it as well. Ooh. Oh, that's a sweep. Don't do it. Eh. I can live with this. This is fine. Oh, good call. I tried to call the command grab. Good shit, I'm dead. In my head, there was the no fear going on. And then I jumped. I'm just a lizard. Good game. GG's, GG's. Very, very nice, Kimberly. Sorry if I'm playing kind of lame. I'm just sort of kicking. I didn't even do big combos, only a few times. But good games, I love it. Honestly, it's always nice to play against. Before I head out, I want to invite to my club. There's a club in this game? Wait, there's club? Ooh. Wait. Where's club? I mean, sure, hell yeah. Club. Huh? CFN. Okay. Clubs. Wow. Okay. Jury. The first one, jewelry lovers. I need a goddamn break. Oh my god. I mean, maybe jewelry lover is there just because I made jewelry? Question mark. I don't know. I can open on the air conditioner. It's getting hot. All right. I mean, at least there's no jewelry feet lover. Yeah. Someone that actually fought before has named jewelry feet lover. This game's wild. They are. Oh fuck. I spoke too soon. Just for funsies. Yeah. A declined invitation, that's so mean though. Join club. First strike, let's go. Search club name. Can I type? Okay. Jewelry feet lover. There has to be one, right? Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. Just search feet. What's with this game with feet? Alright, into the rabbit hole we go. Feet fanatics! Oh my god, these guys are full. Holy shit, feet felons, feet lover, feet yeet, feet mommy jewelry, feet fighter, okay, feet pigs, feet in. I can't. Feet smellers? Feet hate. Oh, shut the fuck up. There's no feet haters here. Come on. What do you mean, feet hater? Huh? Feet are pog squad. Feet enthusiast. Feet finder 6. Oh my god, this is all so good. Feet appreciate. Okay. And then the feet. Why am I not surprised? Feet lovers anon. Feet. Feet advocates. Oh my god, people are going ham on the feet. What's with Street Fighter and feet? I mean, not only jewelry. Okay, there should be Manon feet lover as well. Have you guys seen level 3 Manon? Like, Manon level 3 literally put her feet on the camera. That's what she does. Okay, let's go to Fedefering. Okay, let's throw Bowser. Let's throw Bowser. Bowser is like Pokken Tournament guest character. Alright, Manon level 3. That's not it. What's Manon's level 3? I did it! Corsica forward, double Corsica forward punch. Look at how close the feet is! Insane, dude! Oh my god! This game has something to do with feet. I'm telling you, like just. Damn! Look at the feet. The back there is so nice though. Look at that. You can basically hear the boing. Yeah, Street Fighter First Strike. First Strike? Oh, that's clever. Okay, I'll stop showing the feet. Or else the thumbnail is gonna be like feet. Alright, I'm not about it. The thumbnail is gonna be feet. Alright, back to Marisa. Oh, wait, time. Oh, it's already 5! No, it's already 5. I have to go family dinner tonight. I mean, tomorrow is Sunday, right? Who? Look, I can play more Street Fighter tomorrow. No one can stop me. I can play Street Fighter. Yeah, let's play Street Fighter tomorrow. Why do I use these? What did I use it for? Manon. Look at my jewelry. Arrogance unparalleled. Evil heal, born evil, captivating devil, insidious beauty, malevolent smile, disposition for destruction, soul-sucking subversion. I'm not lying, it says soul-sucking subversion. I don't know what that means. 9 points on DJ on training mode, yeah. I had a lot of kudos with Keith. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a lot of kudos with Keith. Because you play a lot of Keith, right? Second red one? Oh my god. Keith enthusiast. I mean, to be fair though, Keith is cool. But Keith is so cool. Like, I'm not just saying this to like appeal to the GIF fan base. No, I'm saying this like genuinely. When GIF reads an air super, did I forget to guys, no one told me. Why am I still offline? No one told me. Why am I still offline? That was sacrilege. Sacrilegious. I'm not showing the message here. Okay. I'm gonna call back. Let's call back the Mama Dragon. At the same time, I can show you guys my new model, if you guys haven't seen it before. Let me open up VC Face real quick. Also VTube Plus, yeah. I mean, I'm sure my PC will not die from this, right? Alright, here's Dragon Mama. I mean, it's not Dragon Mama. It's loading. There it is. There I am. Okay, all good. Now I can hide. Do I hide my Cobalt? Yes. Go here. Okay. Why is my PC dying? Oh god. Oh, speaking of, someday I may be playing Stardew Valley. Might be. It's in my list of I want to play that game. Sorry about the front noises. Don't worry about it. The fart. Okay, let's listen to more Geef music. Space. Have you seen this one before? I don't know. I just finished this one 2 days ago. The dragon model. Not the best, but at least it's one that I'm quite proud of. Quite. Oh, this premium. This premium. I can rate premium. Easy choice. Let me just do the walkout real quick. Alright. Where's my walkout? I'm gonna get that walk. Hey. Is it this one? Oh yeah, it's here. Walk out, alright? It's not workout, okay? It's a walkout. A walkout. You guys gonna watch me do a walkout. Got a peek. Uh-huh. She looks, uh-oh. There's still some jank going on here. I still haven't fixed it yet, but generally this is how she looks like now. I should show you the... It'll be easy if I can just do image source. I think I can show the picture with image source. Moist Dragon Ball. I think I can just change this one. Okay, nanti dulu ah. Pagi saya check dulu. Yeah, I think I've shown you the reference picture.
Oh my gosh, look at this dragon.
Look at this dragon. Here. This is the reference I have for this character. I know it's like a big difference, right? The style and everything changed. Yeah.
Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
Less than 3, less than 3. So this is the original concept of the character. This one. And I also have made a character out of this back then. But it's just not what I want, to be honest. So I kind of just didn't use that one at all. And then I decided to make a new one, and I'm you know, I'm loving this. Look at the hair, look at the hair, look at the noodle physics. Like, this one has the noodle physics. I can get the noodle going on, right? So I think it's not bad. I like it. Actually, spent some time. Didn't spend too much time on texturing, but spent much time on the technicality of this model, and I kind of like it. The technicality, big words. Just search feet. Oh, welcome back, Minky. Mickey is one of the many jewelry clubs. Actually, there were like feet. Okay, any word like feet word is there. Noodle action, hell yeah. You're gonna love the noodle action. Oh. I mean, to be fair, all right. I did label the stream as 18+, and the stream is like. I think I labeled it as like sexual themes there, right? Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Let me do this. Juri, Luke, and E Honda has the most popular feat. How about Manon, where the level 3 I just showed? There's no Manon feat enjoyer? That's kind of sacrilege. Manon is probably also somewhere, but we rarely to never hears about her. I mean, to be fair, Manon feat is only as obvious when people do level 3. Only for a split second. And then people look at the feat. So I guess maybe that's why. It's also very long. I mean, her feet is long, yeah. Why are we talking about feet? We're playing Street Fighter. Talking about feet is normal. Alright. Alright, all good, all good. Okay. I may... Well, it's not I may have. I have to end the stream earlier. But then I'm sure tomorrow I get to play a lot more Shit Fighter. Let me catch my breath. Oh. Wait, where is it? There. AFK for dinner. Lurky Shimurky. Have good lurk, kobold. You kobold. I'm tired. Also have good dinner. I can have good dinner of my own as well soon. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate. Shout out to recent sparring partner during stream. Yeah, that was Oshi. A very, very nice bird. Fun as always. Thank you. I had fun as well. I'm glad you guys are having fun. I need. Why am I so tired? It's only like a little bit of a workout. Okay. You know what? While I'm catching my breath, let's do some plug. There's coffee and stuff. Hey, Bernie, show them.
Meow
I'm
meow
once
meow
again
meow meow.
asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. My Discord, my socials, there it is. Thank you, Pinky. I'm still catching my breath. Oh my god. Yeah, I have my dying bluebird app, YouTube, and throne. I didn't alter my throne, but I'm sure the things are still there. What is that? Why are you flipping that? Don't flip that, oh god. Oh, that's jank though. How do people even flip the words? Can Google Translate read this? Is it even possible? Only one way to find out, huh? Don't mind the fart noises, don't worry about it. He became Russian?
Degree. Ixopop and UO. 9 for all X up tac N no up tac Z eng intersection. Lu
Intersection.
Okno SD Uxido O SD.
What? That's it? Okay, how about Google Translate?
Uxorpob, N, UO, 9 for all X, up tac N nu up tac Z eng, intersection, Lu, Okno, SD, Uxordo, O, SD.
I don't understand. How about Malay?
Uko Pop and Uwo 9 untuk semua X emoji encik now emoji Z eng persilangan Lu persilangan
Lu persilangan?
Uko do O sendi
Lu persilangan? Chinese? Can you read this?
Ixopop and UO 9XN Lu Okno SD Axedo SD.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Alright, that's Google Translate shenanigans. I love Google Translate when I can do stuff like this. It's great. When I'm lazy to learn about things, hey, Google Translate, help me. No, I'm getting flipped. How do I reverse my audio? Can I is it possible to reverse audio on live stream? I don't think. Nah, I don't think it's possible. It's live stream. There's no such thing that I can just reverse how, you know, how like most Easter egg they just reverse audio and then to hide something in there. Though that kind of reverse. Speak backwards. No, don't be ridiculous. How do I speak backwards? Backwards. Oh my god, joke. Oh, I made a joke. Wow. I made a joke. Laugh. Okay, we're gonna rate Premium Daddy under the fellow Southeast Asian streamer. Not Malaysian, but Southeast Asian. Close enough. You know, honestly, being Southeast Asian has so much curse. In terms of playing games, because the connection in general is just terrible. It just keeps disconnecting. But hey, at least when I play against Oshi just now, no disconnection happened. Whoa. Lex! Good morning, Lex! Wait, Lex only slept for a little bit though. It's the morning gas? You know what? I get it, Lex. It's okay. If it's morning gas, let it out. Let it out. Good morning. Ideal. Ideal. Muimerp? Muimerp? That's kind of cute. Oh, wait, is that? Oh, exclamation mark rate premium. Oh, it's okay. I already typed in the rate. It's a slash command. Slash command. It's been a whole 3 hours. Yeah, I was just thinking like that's only a little bit of sleep. Are you okay? Do you maybe want to get back to some a little bit more sleep?
Aaron Neeb Eva Ot Epa Uriv.nuf Osla Samertsu.dna.nuf Ebnacsdrawkcab Nitir W. TSETSTT.
TSTTSTT. I'm a danger to myself. Oh, you know, I'm doing that to myself too much as well. I'm a danger to myself as well. God. I am scary. Near record. It's only like what 4 or 3 hours of sleep. Oh god, I would just like I'm gonna sleep more. I don't know if I can do that though. Alright, I'm gonna rate. It's getting a little bit late. Yeah, it's already 5:30. I knew I'm gonna play. I knew I'm gonna be here for a little bit longer, so that's why. Have a good sleep. Yeah, if Lex is going back to sleep, have a good sleep. Maybe, yeah. Okay, I typed in the rate to premium. I'm gonna be rating premium. Tomorrow I'll be playing more Street Fighter 6 then. Actually, it's not Street Fighter 6, it's Pokken Tournament. It's Pokken Tournament. Alright. Oh my god. I will later. Okay. You know what? Good to know. Having more sleep is always nice. I think. I don't know. Okay, I time to rate. So, before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Right. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Love you all. Here comes straight to premium. Boy. Maybe I should sleep earlier today. Just maybe. I don't know. Maybe I should. And I'm a dragon now, but yeah, we're raiding the If You Get Left Behind. That's where we raided. Also, I should do the raid shinies once more. Non-sub raid as well, yeah. I mean, it works. Honestly, if you guys have my emotes, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, what? No. Oh, wait. Oh, robots are raiding all your sheep, shayip, go yip, shayip. Nah, yeah, I'm gonna use that. I use the reverse one. I use this one.
Godro Bongo Sanis Ruoi Lla Nidiar Era SD Lobo K Godro Bongo.
Okay, I'm gonna shout Premium Daddy once more so that you guys, to those who got left behind, we rate them there. Alright, so there. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Bye bye. Slowblock. Slowpoke. Sounds like Slowpoke.